Coming to you exclusively in Filmo sound, it's Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, USA. There you see a big Qantas bird. I don't see it on the radar. Is that being towed? I can't tell. It's far away from us. Hey, the good news is it's very dreamy tonight. The good news is that we've got a beautiful night for plane spotting here in North Texas. It is around about 79 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me check with the METAR to see what that equates to in Celsius, because I like to accommodate our international viewers. Okay, it's 27 degrees Celsius. Officially on the METAR it's 81 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's not too much of a problem. The wind is coming out of the northeast at 8 knots, 9 miles an hour. So we're in north flow tonight. The planes shall be taking off to the north of us, and the first one we shall see in that regard is flight 4992 American Eagle, going to Flagstaff, Arizona. It's a CRJ 701ER. So let's see, let's get us our tripod unlocked here and see what we can show you. I think it's coming our way. There it is. So this north flow is suboptimal for our evening broadcast, but we shall make do as that plane climbs into what we like to call a Simpsons sky. You see there, we've got a pretty good contingent of UPS planes, 7 of them, and 2 of which I can barely get them in the same shot with this camera. 2 of them are MD-11s. So we're looking for some good cargo action tonight. Yeah, even if we get even though our view isn't that great of the takeoffs happening about 2 miles away from us, we will get to see the planes climbing into the sky, and we will get some good cargo action for you here at the UPS facility right next door to us. So I say welcome to you from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. It's Walt here with another edition of Runway DFW. We were here on Sunday morning last week. And so now we're here tonight, and we're going to have some fun, right? Tex Speck, a channel member, says, good evening to me and fellow Runway DFW Av geeks from Austin. Awesome Texas weather. Yeah, this is not going to last too long, is it? Because soon it will be summertime, and when we get here in the evening, it'll probably be 102 degrees.
Departure so long, upward 4190.
So we'll get some nice underbelly shots as the night goes forward. That was American Flight 4190, no, American Eagle 4190 to, where's that off to? Killeen, Texas. Okay. And the dispatcher, hello, Anna, one of our great mods. Yes, it is me. We do have North Flow, and Anna is now, 3 days into her 9-day odyssey of work. So, Anna, we're thinking about you, and we understand if you can't spend a lot of time with us tonight, but I thank you for being here. We did have a go-around before we took to the airwaves tonight, but I wasn't able to zero in on where that plane had come from, or what the circumstances were. Two shots of the same thing. Next out, it looks like American Flight 2298 to Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321 Neo. Let us get camera one trained on that activity now. That's not it. Where'd it go? I was not able to find it in my viewfinder. It's up there somewhere. You can hear it, right? Sorry. I missed that one completely. We'll try to make it up for you with Flight 2417, which is off to Mexico City, a 737-800. Ah, here it comes. We've probably told you before that the planes, as they take off, are starting from a point more than 2 miles from where we are located at Founders Plaza.
Tower 324 is 10 out on the visual for 36 left. 324, just had a 367 for the land with 0507. Clear land, 36 left, emergency 324. Onboard 4203, American 584, cross 36 right, contact ground 25, 584.
Adios.
Watch American 24, 769. Low departure, good night, Empire.
Here is the one of the two MD-11s that we can get a semi-clear view of. They do appear to be loading there, but of course we've got a fence in the way cutting us halfway off there. Doug Hewson is checking in. Channel member says good evening. Doug, it's good to see you. There's O'Malley, one of our Runway DFW moderators, here joining Anna the dispatcher, as far as I can tell. Happy to have you both here with us. Matthew Lashaw, I believe we clarified the temperature a few moments ago. 81 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 degrees Celsius. What are we looking at? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Our in-house plane spotter, Texas girl, pointed this out to me. Qatar flight 729, which came in a short time ago from Doha. It arrived 14 minutes ago. Well, not exactly a short time. It arrived apparently on the east side. Yes, it did. So it had to trundle its way over to the west side, where it is looking for a parking space at Terminal D, the international terminal. Left Doha 16 hours and 22 minutes ago. It's one of two daily flights. It's an A350-1000. And because Qatar is a one-world partner, it has arrangements with American Airlines to do code sharing and to funnel passengers from the Middle East onward from here. Brennan Rabbit, Walt, thank you for tonight's show. It really helps me get back on the road to recovery from COVID. Truly grateful. Well, I hope you're doing better. I know I've had. It seems like almost everybody's had COVID at one point or another, and it takes a lot out of you. I can tell you that. So get better soon. And you know, if you have to relax, you might as well punch up Runway DFW for a bit. Planes everywhere, channel member says, howdy Walt, finally getting to see a live show again. Looking forward to some good takeoff belly shots tonight. Well, I'll do my best. The next one we've got is American 324 to Reno, Nevada. It's a 737-800, which is getting photobombed there. But you can see how far away things are. And this is with if you're a 35 millimeter camera enthusiast, this is at maximum. Actually, this is longer than a 600 millimeter lens because I've got it digitally enlarged a little bit. So yeah, we'll get the belly shot. Sometimes it depends on how well lit up the planes are as we go through the night, as to how good or bad things will look. A UPS 767 from Houston Intercontinental Airport is on the way in. Be here in about 3 minutes. Well, I can see 3 planes in the air down there at the far end. We haven't shown you an arrival yet, have we? So that's kind of what it looks like. We've got, what do we got here? An American flight 1245 from McAllen, Texas is first. That'll be a 737-800. We've got an American Eagle flight from Grand Junction, and Embraer 175 behind that. And where is that? That UPS plane's still a little bit down the road before we get to see it. So we're going to zoom in digitally at least one more time here. I think that's our maximum zoom for the flight from McAllen, Texas. Planes are coming in on what is designated as runway 36 left this evening here on the west side of the airport. 36 right is where planes are taking off. Here's a look at our evening sky tonight. It should get some nice coloration of the clouds once the sun goes down. The sunset is about 8:30 tonight, so we're still about 40 minutes away from that event here. So our pal O'Malley, channel member and moderator, says good eve. Game Boy Lyric with a hello. HD Crowd says this north pattern allows great shots of the rotation from your viewpoint. And I would like to thank HD Crowd. He stopped by earlier in the broadcast and he presented me with a challenge coin from the IPMS Panther City chapter. And let's see, I can hold it up here. You're not going to be able to see it very well there. Let me see if I can capture it on our other camera here. See, does that just show up? Hang on, let me make that picture be bigger so I can see it. I don't know if it'll focus that closely, but yeah, it was very nice. So thank you, HD Kraut, for that. It depicts some aircraft that are made here in the Fort Worth area, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So, much appreciated. Ralph Woodard says, here's a skill test for you all. Try and capture the end number of the jet as it leaves from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Well, I know I can't see it in my viewfinder.
Echo, Whiskey Julia, hold Tory, 36 right on Boy 1.
Ricky Hernandez with a very nice comment. I appreciate that. So it looks like the UPS 767 from Houston coming in on the east side. Let me see if we can figure out where that is. We'll get you a little view of it before it touches down. Let's see, it's not there, it's over here. There it is.
At Whiskey Julia, crash runway 36 to right, 0.85 on the other side, on Boy 1.
cross 36 right.
We'll get a much better view of this when it gets here, but it'll probably be, I'm going to guess, about 15 minutes before we see it roll into the UPS cargo bay.
Alright, Montreal, white 35,
This is landing either on 35 center or 35 right. It'll tell you that in a minute. It's over on the east side, and it'll disappear behind the Grand Hyatt Hotel there. So, let's see. That landed on 35 center. So let's check into our next departure, American Flight 1964 to Montreal, an Airbus A319. And it is there. Sarah W. says, so strange to see them coming from the south. Yeah, this is not the typical. Well, we see more south flow than north flow, and I think the percentage is somewhere in the vicinity of 70% south flow and 30% north flow. And in the winter months, we get more north flow than south flow. So towards the summertime, we should be seeing a lot more regularity of the south flow here at DFW. Keith Holloway, good evening to me and everyone.
Visual 36 left, and we are slowing.
Thank you, Keith. Rachel Dally Hug says, I love the challenge coins. I don't know that I've ever given. I've heard about challenge coins before. I don't know if I've ever gotten one. So I thank, once again, our viewer. Kiwi Whispers, channel members checking in. Pleasure to see you here with us. Ricky Hernandez is saying good evening from Lynchburg, Virginia, 58 degrees with rain. Well, it's quite a difference from what we've got for you here tonight. We have had a lot of rain the last few days, but I think we're clear for tonight. I see Fiji.
Runway 36 left, clear to land for American 3319. And any chance for actually 36 right, the inboard there? Change to clear to land, runway 36 right, American 3319.
Well, that's kind of unusual. I hear a plane coming in on 36 right. Normally, we've got 36 left for incoming flights. So I think you heard the pilot request that, and looks like it was accepted. Look who's here. It's our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. He says, howdy, watching such a lovely, relaxing aviation stream. So great to see you all. And he says, hi to me. Hello, Kevin. And great to see you. New location, awesome. No, it's not a new location. It's just the wind is blowing in the wrong direction tonight. So it's north flow here at DFW Airport this eve. Now, let me see where this... So flight 3319 from Fort Smith, Arkansas is coming in on 36 right. And again, I'm not sure why. It was just the pilot requested it and the tower acknowledged it, and so that's where it's coming in. I say Fort Smith is coming in from Sioux Falls. Airbus A319, flight 3319. So again, this is touching down, typically where the planes land on the west side. And of course, sometimes
Runway
they
4003, visual approach 36 left.
Runway 4003, DK 36.
sometimes the planes do,
36 left, clear to land.
or sometimes the airport does close a runway or two for inspection or repairs or anything like that. So while this may be unusual, I don't think it's irregular. Who knows, maybe they've got to make a tight connection. And they want to, because this runway is closer in to the runways here on the west side, to terminals B and D.
All right, right, sir, Yankee Bridge and ground 65, American 3319.
Well, it looks like they're going over the bridge. So they're going over to the other side, to the east side for landing. This
36 right on the bridge, ground on top, American 1456.
and that plane did land right about on schedule. Scheduled to come in at 8 p.m. Landed a few minutes early. Yeah, we talked about Wellington Flights Live. That is a channel here on YouTube if you're, for some reason, unfamiliar with it. Kevin is the proprietor of that channel, and he is a fine broadcaster. And so I commend Wellington Flights Live to you for his next presentations. Wellington Flights Live. I'll send this over to the to DFW Airport headquarters. Kevin's got a lot of nice places around Wellington Airport from which to broadcast. A lot of cool locations. All right, we've got American Flight 884 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321neo, which shall be next to leave the runway.
36 left, clear to land, envoy 3591.
Taking off or landing? That was landing. I think the Las Vegas flight is yet to take off. Flyer KG with a hello. Good to see you, channel member. There you see in the background the often mentioned Towers of Cedar Hill, which from this location are about 24 miles south of us. They are the broadcasting towers for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Here now, I believe, will be the flight to Las Vegas. And the UPS 767 is now making its way over here. There's that 767. Practically brand new. It was delivered last March, in March of 2024. 767-300 freighter coming from, well, we are not being told by Flight Radar 24 from which airport this emanates. One would guess. Louisville, Chicago, Rockford, Ontario. UPS has a few other ports of call, but those are the main ones from here. Looks like flight 2597 to beautiful downtown Burbank is about to take off. It's American Airlines 737-800. You're listening to a United flight which is now taking off to San Francisco. It's the sound of an Airbus A319. So somewhere down there is an American Airlines plane getting ready to take off. I think this one just landed. From Fresno comes that plane. From the shadow of the West Tower, the 767 will park and begin the process of deplaning its cargo. "4K Aircraft Live" says, any MD-11s in sight, Walt? Asking for Team TriStar. Well, we aim to please here at Runway DFW. And as it turns out, got two MD-11s on site. So 6 engines in one picture. Rich Carlisle, channel member, says, good evening, Walton, everyone. Francis says, what birds have you got near the mic? Typically they're grackles, yeah. In fact, we had a grackles fighting over pizza on Sunday morning show. I've started to edit that as a separate item for our little broadcast, or for our channel, so look for that in the coming days. Okay, American Flight 884 to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321neo. I think this is it. Here's 737 going to McAllen, Texas. Flight 3223, American Airlines. Oh, the One World livery. Got an American Eagle plane rolling. There it is.
3223 going to departure.
This one's going to Bismarck, Montana. No, Bismarck, North Dakota. Montana. You know, Mrs. Runway DFW and I were playing a game the other night. I was very disappointed in my results. She was looking at a puzzle map of the USA and quizzing me on the state capitals of each state. And I did not do very well, although I did have one success. And that was when she asked me what was the capital of Kentucky. And I couldn't, it took me maybe, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes. She didn't give me any clues on that one. And so I think I had two that I got correctly. That I was surprised that I was able to get. But yeah, I was able to eventually get that Kentucky's capital was Frankfort. And the other one, I think I needed a clue of the first letter of Vermont's capital. But then when she said M, I immediately thought of Montpelier. Darren Bird, geek on the flight deck, says, I don't say publicly for reasons, but I fly a 777 based at DFW and used to fly Airbus for the same airline. I gotta say, Darren, that kind of narrows down the airline for us, but I won't tell anybody if you don't. But thanks for being here, and do feel free to share your knowledge of things, because, you know, we'll get things wrong sometimes. Robin Hoiver says, I have every state capital memorized. Well, you know, when I was a younger lad, I did as well, but not recently. Oh, I see it. Texas Girl informs me that one of those MD-11s is backing out. The one on the right. That's like 751. It's going to Louisville.
Tower 81, have you found the visual runway?
1996.
So we bring you there a 28-year-old plane, which will be celebrating its 29th birthday, coming up in, well, next month. It's one of those that has the pointy nozzle at the back of the engine. I think both of them do today. I can never remember which brand is which. This one, UPS has both, I guess, well, two different models. Let's break away from this for a second because we've got a Tide Pod rising into the sky. Sun Country. I'm guessing it's going to Minneapolis. We'll see in a second. It was indeed going to Minneapolis, 737-800. Catching some of the final rays of the day. The vertical stabilizer of that big tri-jet. 1996, what a legend, says 4K Aircraft Live. Or 1996, did I say 97? There's O'Malley with our little icons. Gil Naveau says, evening Walt, the Pan Am theme music is put on a happy face. Well, that wasn't the Pan Am music, it just comes from the TV show where I borrowed that little outro from. Now, don't get too excited there, Luke. One of our mods and channel members. Hello, Luke. Robert Davis says, good evening, everyone. He's a channel member. What? What's coming? Oh. That. So we'll get a brief MD-11 twofer here. Let's see which way it goes. So if it keeps going straight for a short period of time, that means it's going to be headed over to the east side for takeoff. If it was to make a sharp left turn here, we'd be seeing it. Well, no, actually, I'm thinking about south flow. I'm not sure where this is going to wind up taking off from. Hopefully over here. Joel says hello and to me and to the fans of this channel. Rich Carlisle, MD-11 is awesome.
364, ready to go.
I guess I would have to say that I would have preferred that the L1011 had made the had been able to endure.
Clear land, runway 36.
I guess there's only one left flying. But Samp loves the MD-11. So it's headed south here on a taxiway, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be taking off from this side of the airport. We just don't know yet. But typically the planes, I would say maybe 7 out of 10 times the planes take off for Louisville from the east side of the airport. So here is a noisy little supercargo master chugging in from Abilene, Texas. Operating for Martin Air, which is a cargo carrier that feeds into UPS. About 10 minutes away from sunset here. So this plane awaiting its parking instructions. Because we're so far away from the action tonight, we like to zero in on this close-up stuff when we can. Texas girl has something to show me. I'll be looking at it momentarily here. She's patiently holding her phone up to me. And it says Iberia off to Madrid. No, coming in from Madrid in about 3 minutes over on the east side. So thank you for that. Maybe we'll be able to present that to you. Christopher Cotton, Alpha Echo, is back to being a member of the channel, because I recognize that name. Welcome to TriJet. Thank you, Christopher. Hanging Lights 787 says, I used to fly on the L1011 when TWA had them. I don't know if I was ever on a TWA L1011. I believe I was on at least one American airline. In fact, the American Airlines L1011, I think, was the first wide-body plane I was ever on. Joel says it's going to be a bit rainy tomorrow in the DFW area. I'll have to check the forecast. We typically come to you, not always, but we typically come to you on Tuesday and Thursday nights with our After Dark broadcasts. And of course, it's not quite after dark yet, but we're getting there. I think we have a plane taking off, don't we? Got so caught up in all the ground-based activity. Zero in on this other MD-11 that's still here, and there appears to be some container activity afoot. J. Russ says, Walter, making me want to come down from Tulsa. I'm self-employed, so that's always an option. Well, if you do, I hope you'll come by and say hello. Well, we have an Alaska Airlines plane for you. Looks like a 767 is poised for backing up over here at UPS. Don't think it's this one in the front. I don't see the is there a pushback vehicle attached? Oh, I guess there is. Aria's World says, how many cameras do you have, and do you ever bring your own food to Founders? Well, I don't have much occasion to eat here. Let me see if I can. I didn't have time earlier to generate all our camera layout. Let me see if I can do that real quick.
5 away, 36 right of Bravo. You can just 51 F.
Tower 30, 4215, visual 365.
So here's a look at our live cameras along with our graphic for tonight. Hello.
I'm a subscriber.
Pardon me?
I'm a subscriber.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. What's your name? What's your
Shane Hayes.
Shane Hayes? Is that your username? What do we?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Shane Hayes. Well, very good to see you. Thank you.
And I work in the ops center.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Shane Hayes, one of our members. So there you see our kind of our control room view there. And you can see us swinging around camera 1 to bring you the arrival of this plane coming in from Los Angeles. American Flight 3081. Airbus A321. Oh, we've got another Martinair coming our way here. This one from Wichita Falls. Super Cargo Master.
$19.89.
Well, I was mesmerized by the Super Cargo Master and lost track of that MD-11, so. There's our remaining MD-11. Let's see, when can we expect this to make a departure? This should go out at 9:25 p.m. to also to Louisville as Flight 765. So we shall see. HD Kraut, who we talked about earlier in this broadcast, he stopped by, said hello, presented me with a challenge coin, and he is now our newest Quad Jet member. Thank you so much, HD Kraut. Aussie Flights, also a channel member, says, hello all. I'm guessing that you come to us from the land down under. Not necessarily, of course, but well, we're glad to have you with us in any case. Now, the only 747 I see on the docket tonight is Singapore Cargo, which is due in at 11:13 p.m., which is about when we're packing up. So we'll see. Maybe it'll get here early. But at any rate, that's the only 7-4 that we've got on our radar this evening. American Flight 132 to Dublin is set to take off from the east side of this massive facility. So we'll, looks like it's about to get rolling. We'll see if we can bring you that takeoff. I'm not good at estimating where they're, you know what, I'm gonna take a guess here that it's gonna rise into the sky somewhere around this region where the East Tower is in the background. Let's see how close I get. And I guess now that the sun is set, we should switch over to our nighttime logo and let you know that you're watching Runway DFW After Dark, live from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. Okay, is that Dublin flight hasn't yet, well, I guess it's still moving into position actually. It hasn't yet arrived at the right place to take off. So we'll chat a little bit. Here's Josh Aldrich, channel member and moderator. Howdy y'all, I'm back from OKC for my Memorial Day holiday, and as I recall, is that it? No, that's not it. Okay, now the Dublin flight is getting ready to go. What we saw just there was Air Canada flight 1030 taking off to Montreal, I think it was. Toronto, sorry. So we should see the Dublin flight here shortly. I'm going to reposition this a little bit like that to give us the best chance of seeing it. So anyway, Josh was off to see his new niece. Keeping an eye on the Dublin departure, we've got over here, this is flight 755 UPS, 767-300 freighter, 1 year old, another new one. Well, we've got Iberia coming over the bridge. This landed quite a bit ago, as I recall. Well, 9 minutes ago. We didn't get to see it come in on the east side, but it's headed over to the Terminal D, which stands for departure. Looks like that flight going to Dublin is either coming back to the terminal or is going to be taking off from over on this side of the airport. So the 777 to Dublin, flight 132. 777-200, 19-year-old plane. We should be entering our shot there momentarily. There you see the tail of Cathay Pacific, which is an A350-1000, as a memory allows. I think that's what that is, and that will be coming. They'll be going out right before 11 o'clock or 11 o'clock-ish. Joseph Clearwater says, good evening, Walt, DFW crew. Hope you had a happy Memorial Day. Did you see the Indy 500? Joey from Terre Haute, Indiana, was busy. I didn't see even I didn't even see I think I saw a still picture of the winner, but I didn't see one frame of the race itself. So I apologize to all of our racing fans. As mentioned before here, I have covered the Indianapolis 500 as a photojournalist before, but that was back in the 70s. Things were different then. I also broke a $40,000 TV camera when I was there. I've told this story before, but yeah, it was.
777 turning final 36 left. 777 DFW Tower, runway 36 left, clear the land with 0607. Clear the land, 36 left, American 777.
We got an American. Now, is it a flight 777 or is it American? Yeah. You might have heard on the radio talking about a 777. Well, it's flight 777, American Airlines, coming in from Las Vegas on an Airbus A321. Still waiting to see this Dublin flight. Did it? We may have missed it. Let's see here. No, I am not seeing it. Sorry for all this zooming around. Well, you know, it almost looks like a Southwest plane there, doesn't it? That is not, though. But it does look like one. So the flight that was going to Dublin is now... Hello. I'm doing a live YouTube show. I cannot find this plane, which purports to be... Martinair meets UPS there. The Grand Caravan, a Cessna 208B Grand Caravan.
1994.
Coming in from Tyler, Texas. So it's the third Martinair we've seen tonight. Here, step over, let's see. I think everything's blocking you. There's your head.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We got lots of folks want to say hello. Thanks for stopping by. Now here's something interesting. We've got this Madrid, this plane, this Iberia plane, which has been idled here at the north end of the airport. It's flight 363 from Madrid, an Airbus A330-300, which arrived 15 minutes ago and apparently does not have a place to park at Terminal D. Plane landed about 15 minutes behind schedule. That shouldn't make too much difference, I wouldn't think, but maybe there's some other issues at Terminal D right now. Now let's see if we can figure out what's happening with the flight that was going to Dublin. I've lost track of it now. Did it fall off the radar? Did it park at the terminal? Apparently it didn't go out. And I don't see it lined up to take off here on the west side of the airport, so I guess it's been, I don't know. Well, we'll go back to the action here, such that it is. We've got a Frontier A321neo going to Denver, flight 4069 with Rosa, the pink-headed warbler, on its tail. Vicky 2000 says, I love Dallas.
Cross 36 right, with Juliet and
Andrew Templeton says, the Dublin flight went from Terminal A to Terminal D. Well, sometimes international flights will take off from other terminals than D, but maybe there was some issue with a passenger or cargo or something that it had to re-establish itself. There's so many things that can happen to make a plane not take off when it's supposed to take off. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but
Good evening, Tower Runway 3938, 10 miles final, visual 36
at an airport as big as this, things like that happen, on a daily basis.
36 left, clear to land, runway 3938.
Let's see, I stepped away from the microphony for a second, and did I lose that? Oh, no, the Frontier's still there. Okay. Andrew Templeton posits maybe Iberia is waiting on the Dublin flight, may have taken its spot for a problem. Now that's an interesting suggestion, because there's the Iberia A330 and it's still kind of hanging out there, and so perhaps the American Airlines flight did indeed have to take up its space at Terminal D temporarily. So that's an interesting suggestion. So as we look down there, we see the what we got going on. That's a car. I think this is going to be American Flight 1222 going to Phoenix, Arizona. An Airbus A321 headed down runway 36 right on runway DFW. I do want to thank again the DFW Airport ground operations team, which gave us a big surprise last Friday night when we were here. I was asked to wait, to not go off the air until this happened, but I didn't know it was coming.
Inbound, 36 left.
And it was the UPS 767 off to, it's going to Chicago, oh, it's a 757. Going to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
So Whiskey Juliet, hold short, 36 right, I'm with 3938.
UPS flight number 753 off to Chicago Rockford International Airport on that 757. And if I had the forethought to do that, we would have given it a 1994 30-year salute as a 20th century plane. There's Iberia still kind of hanging out. I'm sure its passengers not too happy. They got here, that plane touched down 23 minutes ago from Madrid after about an 11-hour flight. So cooling their jets. Man 3880 says, this is random, but I've always wondered why the main gear is exposed on the 737, saving weight. And you know, I don't know what the answer is to that. I think I've read it, but I can't remember. Boot Doctor says, I think it has no gear doors because it sits low to the ground. And Luke the Random Spotter says, that is correctamundo. So Scotty H. channel member confirms that American Airlines flight to Dublin, which had been in position to take off over on the east side of the airport, did return back to the terminal, back to Terminal D. I don't think it started at Terminal D, but that's where it is now. We continue to be here at Founders Plaza, and we're happy to have you with us. Huh? We can only suspect, because Texas girl asked me, why is that Iberia sitting there? We can only suspect that because there was a flight from Dublin which didn't take off and it went to Terminal D, it's probably taking up the space that was going to have. Yeah, I know. No. Oh, I know. Well, just been sitting on a plane for 11 hours. You want to get off.
It's been there for a good 45 minutes.
I know. Well, no, it's been about 25 minutes.
25 minutes?
Yeah, according to the flight radar. Rosa, the pink-headed warbler. Now, this is a plane which I think we had talked about a few minutes ago. Frontier Flight 4089. And where is it? See, don't you hate when I say where is it?
Hey, what?
Hello, I'm...
Nice to see you again. Eli.
Eli. Good to see you, Eli.
Good to see you.
You've been taking pictures?
Yes.
Get any good ones?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad to hear that. There's the Frontier. There's the Warbler. So we just said hello to Eli, who's out here with a grown-up taking pictures. Where are you here? Let's see. Let's see if you stand there. There you are. Now you're on. Say hello. Do you have a YouTube channel?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking because in case you had something to promote. You have a Southwest Airlines shirt on.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be a pilot when you grow up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thinking about flying out of DFW for American Airlines.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Do you are you into like a flight simulator and stuff like that?
Yes, I have a flight simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
2020.
Uh-huh. So you're pretty good. You haven't crashed a lot?
And
That's good. Because I know I would crash. I haven't done a flight simulator since I think Flight Simulator came out, which would have been probably in the last century. So Eli, good to see you again. Stop by any time when you're here. Thank you. Eli, saying hello. Josh Aldrich, we've got an American Airlines let's see, an American Airlines 737 coming your way, flight 1473 off to Oklahoma City. Where is it? Well, I'll go wide here, and then when we see the headlights coming towards us, we'll know what to look for. It's funny, we've got two flights to Oklahoma City coming out here. Flight 1473 and Flight 1458, both are 737-800s. They're right next to each other. The first one is running almost 2 hours behind schedule. So we have an OKC double play. We say hello to Aviation Geek. Hello there. Ryan Paulding says those tower lights are playing musical lights. Alex Rutiaga says people on that first OKC flight must be extremely relieved now after a 2-hour delay. The next one's going to arrive right after it. Yeah, they're going to hope they don't tax their facilities up there at Will Rogers. Is it still called Will Rogers World Airport? S-35 Bonanza pilot, our globe-trotting pilot, says Walton Mods, good early morning from Johannesburg in South Africa. I go to bed watching Runway DFW. Now I'm waking up watching Runway DFW. Habit forming. Off to Glasgow tomorrow and leave for home late Sunday. Whoa. Sounds exhausting. But I'm glad that you can spend some of your time with us. S35 Bonanza pilot, one of our quad jet channel members. My guest says, good evening all.
Here's my DFW Airport.
Oh, that's right. You showed me that once. Wow. That is, I thought, well, somebody did. Maybe there was somebody, does somebody else have a DFW Airport model?
Yeah, I think I didn't show you it last time.
Okay. Because it looked familiar, but you've probably improved it since then, yeah? Okay, it's another Super Cargo Master. What?
1999.
No, that's not right. I had the wrong decade.
1989.
There we go. Pilot's got that red light going in the cockpit. You may have heard the that second Oklahoma City flight taking off. We got distracted by the Super Cargo Master. Text back with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Saying I am a great ambassador for aviation. I guess. Thank you. Scott's with a big hello from Melbourne. My guest flying off to San Diego tomorrow morning. Always enjoy watching your lives at home on the TV. You know, that still surprises me that according to our Runway DFW statistics from YouTube, slightly over half of our audience is watching on a TV screen. And I would have expected that number to be, you know, maybe 25%, you know, with the rest watching on a computer or a phone or a tablet, but no. More than 50% watch this broadcast, on average, on a TV set. Andrew Templeton says, looks like Iberia was actually waiting on Qantas. Oh, okay. So Qantas Flight 22 to Melbourne, speaking of Melbourne, is on the way to runway, there it is, to runway 36 right for taking off. So Karen Monson checking in from her phone, boat stone on a TV. Laura C., I get home from work and put YouTube on my TV almost every night. I do the same thing. I hardly ever watch regular TV. Brendan Rabbit says I watch on my TV. Nothing like having a giant wall to fill the screen. You know, I'm already giant enough. Don't call me giant. But I just filled the screen. Robert Reed watching on my computer from Indiana. Aviation Geek, uh-oh, Walt, I have stitches on my toe right now, and I had an accident on Sunday. Went to the hospital yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Good evening, American 50. Visual 3 left.
Get better soon. Relax while watching Runway DFW. Heidi A651, a channel member, says, Hey Walton, everyone watching on the TV here in Phoenix. Have to get on my phone if I want to chat. Yeah, I know, that's... And actually, I wish YouTube would solve this problem, because when you're on your phone, it doesn't let you, if you're trying to message someone on the chat, it doesn't fill out, YouTube doesn't fill out the name if you type the first few characters as you would be able to do on a computer. That's kind of annoying, especially if you're trying to moderate. So YouTube, now we like YouTube. YouTube lets us send our signal out to a worldwide audience, but come on, YouTube. So the flight to Melbourne on a 7879 Dreamliner. This is a 4-year-old plane. Takes, well, it's virtually a 9,000-mile flight. And the average flight time is 17 hours and 12 minutes. So one of the, if not the longest flight from this airport currently. Andrew Templeton letting us know that that Dublin flight is back online for a departure. And yes, that Iberia flight has moved. I don't know if it's parked yet. But we were keeping tabs on that Iberia flight, and apparently someone was suggesting that it may have been the space in the terminal where the Qantas flight was pulling out, where Iberia was destined. Iberia flight had been scheduled to go out at 8:25, so that may have something to do with the shortage of gates. It is now 9:03, just after 9 o'clock, and a reminder that you're watching Runway DFW After Dark here on YouTube. Walt here with you from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We are coming to you live from DFW Founders Plaza. And it's very nice to have you with us tonight. The random spotter Luke says mobile modding is very difficult because of the no tagging issue. Yes. I don't know why YouTube is always innovating. I don't know why they haven't. They must know that people try to moderate streams on a device other than a computer. Well, there's the big Dreamliner with the backdrop of the lights of Cedar Hill. My guess is excited the A380 is coming back. Yes, with Qantas colors, it shall be coming back later this summer in August on its Sydney flights. And that'll be several times a week, but not daily. The Sydney to DFW route is a daily flight. Some days it'll be handled by the A380, others by the Dreamliner. And here goes the flight to Melbourne. But the A380 will be back with Qantas on a full-time basis starting in January.
36 right, Whiskey Kilo, contact ground, American 1510.
Safe travels to Melbourne. On the beginning of a very, very long flight. Smoke and Slice says, Walt, I hope your voice will put cranky Harper to sleep. I can't imagine Harper would ever be cranky, that little gem. Carolyn Lindemann says, wish Love Field had a Founders Plaza too. Closest I get is eating on a restaurant patio. You know, on the south end of the runway, and I've never checked it out because there's no place to park over there, but there is at Love Field, it looks like a little, at least a walkway with maybe some benches right at the south end of the west side runway. But I can't vouch for it, so I've never been there. I've driven past it. Don't think it would make a good location for broadcasting, but it might be good for pictures. But I don't know about security at that location. Can drive through the Chick-fil-A at the south end and park and watch the planes come and go. American Eagle 6296 to Lawton, Oklahoma, CRJ 701ER. American Flight 1406 to San Antonio, 737-800 is about to head into the evening sky. Nick Family says, should I knit Walt a scarf for winter with planes on it, or knit a little plane? No, a scarf would be nice. Ah. Very good. So, as our plane spotting pal, Texas girl, points out to us, we have ourselves our second MD-11 pushing back.
Tower 11, 1367, visual 361.
This one's also going to, well, this one's going to Louisville. It's flight 765. That plane will check in at 33 years old in July. And pretty much all the rest of the plane is behind a fence. So we've got the tail to look at.
Tower American 1684, visual 36 left.
clear land 36 left, American 16
Here's Roderick Campbell, our friend from Newfoundland. Says it must be warm at DFW. It is. Well, it's surprisingly pleasant tonight. The latest METAR shows the wind coming in from the, I want to say, oh, it's changed a little bit. Coming in from the east. So originally it was coming from the northeast, now it's coming from the east at a gentle 4 knots, 5 miles an hour. It's 77 degrees Fahrenheit here, 25 degrees in Celsius form. A few trains at our pal from the British Isles says, time to get breakfast. Wearing my Runway DFW on my flight today. See you soon. Always good to see you. A few trains out. One of our original Runway DFW members. Our Runway DFW moderator, Kai, is saying hello. Hello to you, Kai. Welcome to you. Scott Randon says, good evening, Walt. Hope you had a good Memorial Day weekend. Well, we were here. I did lawn work on Saturday. We did a show for about 4 hours on Sunday morning. Then I spent the rest of the day with my grandson, and then I had to work yesterday. So Binary Games says there's quite a few A350 flights to DFW now. Finnair, Air France, Cathay, Qatar, JAL, that's all true. Very true. So the MD is on the move. Why, there it is. Mariana, Texas channel member asks, do planes have a mandatory retirement age of service? Just amazes me when you said the plane was 33 years old. No, they don't. I mean, they have to be inspected and they have to be approved to continue flying. But it all just depends on, well, it depends on a number of factors, including how many landings and takeoffs a plane has made. Now, like Southwest Airlines planes, they land and take off quite a bit more than some other plane. Well, you know, any plane that does domestic short routes is going to be taking off a lot more often than an international plane. But yeah, we've seen planes, some of those cargo planes, we've had some that are like 40 years old. And as long as they're maintained and they get inspected, and you know, it can all go into it. When you watch some of our friends going to like Alaska, to Anchorage to shoot, to do live shows from there, like Kevin at Airline Videos and Jerry at Big Jet TV. They've got some really old planes there, 50 years old or more, flying into them in some pretty rough conditions too.
Alright, continue across 36 right.
There's Norman Smith watching from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Hello to you. Locksburg Plays says, I love watching streams with my dad. Watching from Richardson, Texas. That sounds like a very nice thing to do with your dad. Our Canadian friend Roderick Campbell with a $10 Canadian super chat. Let's hear it for the MD-11. Respect and inspect. We've talked about this recently. FedEx, which also has a number of MD-11s in its fleet, says it's going to be retaining them longer than originally planned, into the 2030s, I believe is what was said. And UPS, I don't know. I haven't seen any. I mean, I know we don't see as many of these MD-11s from UPS as we once did see, but I don't know what their big plans are, other than replacing, you know, planes as they get older with newer planes as they become available. But as you probably know, Boeing, which produces, I think, all the cargo planes that that UPS uses. Well, they've got some Airbus A300s, some old ones. But most of their current crop of cargo planes, 777s, 767s, and Boeing is, you know, its production has been reduced to some extent. I saw this plane taking off. It seemed like it had kind of a late takeoff from 36 right. Looks like that was flight 1797 to Las Vegas, 737-800. American Flight 1110 to Bakersfield, California, an Airbus A320 is next out of the chute. And I'll pre-announce this one. This flight to Bakersfield, the A320, is a flight from
1999.
Celebrating its 26th birthday this month. We don't see a lot of them here, but United and Delta have a lot of older 757s and 767s in service from the 20th century. cases where I was following that flight along for you and I didn't punch up the right camera, so you did not see it. So my bad. Thank you. Sorry. Marsha Ferguson says we are coming in from San Diego right now. So let's see here. There's Marsha. Hello, Marsha. It's flight 2381, Airbus A321.
Tower Envoy 4213.
Flight 2361, sorry. So yes, wave. Don't know that we'll be able to see you, but if you're on the left side of the fuselage and you've got a light on your camera, you can shine it out the window.
Sierra Hotel.
So I'll be at a safe flight. 2.5 hour flight from SoCal. I don't think that plane is as old as some of the others we've seen. Well, it's a 13-year-old plane. Landis McGowie says regarding aircraft length of service, not an airliner, but U.S. Air Force B-52s have been flying since 1963, when I was but a lad.
Tower Envoy 3391.
Let's see how that MD-11 is coming along, shall we? Don't want to miss this one taking off if it takes off from over here. I believe we've got it in our sights. There it is. Patiently waiting. Looks like we're going to get a takeoff over here on this side of the airport. So, Smoke Slices, I thought I saw a light. It looked like it was coming from a window. So maybe we did, yeah, saw the light at the front between the A and M. Roderick Campbell says, I will not fly unless I window seat. And Roderick, I used to feel that way too until I've been on a couple of international flights of, 10 hours or more. I believe unless I can get in first or business class, I think in the future I'm going to go for an aisle seat. I like to look out the window, but not at the sacrifice of being able to get up without interrupting other people. Okay, so we're going to get an MD-11 takeoff for you here. Taking off to Maui. So we've got an American Airlines going to Maui. Is it on the runway? No. At the terminal? Okay, so we've got a couple of American Airlines wide bodies getting ready to head out to London and to Maui. But here comes the MD-11 to Louisville.
Cross 36 right with Kilo 0.85 on outside on 146.13.
Turkish to Istanbul is now pulling back from Terminal D, a 7879 Dreamliner. Thank you, Texas girl. I don't know if we can see. I think that's around the other side of Terminal D. We do have kind of a clear shot, well, semi-obstructed shot of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000, which will be going back to Hong Kong right around 11 o'clock if it's on time. Sea Freaks, Trains and Train Games asking the musical question, is it North Flow tonight? And yes, it is. It is North Flow. Saksham says, what camera do you use and what's your favorite airport to spot at? At night we use Sony cameras. In the daytime we use Panasonic camcorders. As you see there, 767 pulling out. Looks like this one's going to Ontario Airport in California. Check the tail number on this. Yes, this one is going to Ontario. There's another 767 getting ready to push back. Don't have a destination listed on that one.
DFW Tower, American 1974, 5 miles from Bob, visual 36 left.
Larry Brown. Salute to Larry Brown, who's been a member of this channel for 2 years and a month. Another month of the best YouTube plane spotting. Thank you, Larry, and thank you for your ongoing support of the channel. And we salute Lonnie Johansson, a member now for 15 months. Says good evening. Thank you for that. Marietta, Texas has to bug out as got to get some sleep before work. So thank you, Mariana, for being a member of the channel and for hanging out with us tonight. Landis McGowie says, as one approaches age 70, or is even beyond age 70, the aisle seat is preferred. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You get what I'm talking about. Frank does some trading. Frank Melendrez says, I once paid my fellow passenger $20 cash for his window seat for my middle seat. Needless to say, we settled with $30. LOL. But J.R. Melton's with me, preferring the aisle seat. Ryan Paulding answering a question we had earlier that UPS doesn't yet have a specific date when the MD-11s will be phased out. Paulina Makiewski says good evening to me and to everyone. And Ronnie Johansson is a, let me see if this is correct here, is now a Twinjet member. Thank you for that. All right, let's get back to watching the planes coming and a-going. Before I do that, let me first do something I don't want to forget, because sometimes I do forget that. And that is where we thank our Runway DFW channel members. We've got a lot of them, more than 300. So let's get going with saying thank you to all of our members. Our list, as always, begins with the name of James Webb, who's the official channel sponsor of Runway DFW. Thank you, James, for all you do for this channel. Much appreciated. As we watch a FedEx plane scoot over the bridge. Now we're going to say thank you to our Runway DFW Quad Jet channel members. One of them is sitting right over there. We'll get to her in a minute. This list was prepared at noon today, sealed in a bottle on Funkin' Wagnall's porch, and that's an old joke. But if you're a new member since this list was prepared, you'll see your name on the next stream. So, thank you to 757 Chip, Airplanes FRA, and Alan J, Angela Smith, our friend Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A, Bill Platt, Brian T, Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Dwayne C, S.O.Rens, James Webb, there's that name again, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, of Michelle RS. Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network. Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, from whom we heard earlier, who's in South Africa right now. Sarah the Real Deal, Skittles up there in the Northwest, Steve Lundaby up there in the Dakotas, Texas Girl, just a few feet away from me here at Founders Plaza. Thank you to you. Thank you to the Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. And now for the next few minutes, you'll see the Tri-Jet and Twin Jet members of our channel. Thanks to each of you as well. And we're going to thank Ronnie Johansson twice here for a $2 super chat. And then for another $2 super chat, long live the MD-11. I hope you didn't mean to send one and then send another by mistake, but thank you for both of those $2 super chats, Ronnie Johansson. Okay, so you hear those planes taking off, and we want to bring them to you. So we're about to go back to the action here as we continue to show you those names. So it looks like our next plane to blast off is going to be American flight 1434. This one's going to Vancouver in Canada. 737-800 on Runway DFW live from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. And approaching the takeoff stand is Turkish flight 192 to Istanbul. That's a Dreamliner -9. Well, maybe taking a turn to the maybe taking a turn to the east side, I think it is. Got my hopes up there. This is the flight to Vancouver. Had a glimpse of the Turkish going out there. There it is. Heading over the bridge to the east side for takeoff. Thank you. We've got another Texas Girl alerts me to the fact that right in front of us we got another UPS plane which is about ready to push back. And it's not only ready to push back, it is pushing back. Another $2 super chat from, this one's from Lonnie Johansson. Forever in our hearts, Pan Am and TWA. Indeed. Yeah, somebody was asking on our last broadcast what airline from the past you'd like to see come back the most. I think it would have to be Pan Am, just because it was so classic. I think Pan Am still does exist as a company, or somebody has the rights to the Pan Am name. And for a while they actually had some planes that were doing charter flights. I don't know if that still is a going concern. Shane Hayes says it was great seeing you and Texas girl Walt. Hope the kids didn't disrupt you too much. LOL. Nah. This is not, you know, I mean, this is not a professional broadcast. This is just, we're just having some fun. Roger Campbell says DFW is such a busy place. Well, that is one reason why it's so nice to be able to bring you some broadcasts from here on a regular basis. There goes that UPS 767. We decided where that one was going. Told you it behind a sign there. It's going to Ontario, California, flight 761. So let's see, that shot. That camera doesn't have an operator, so I have to kind of bend around and make that go. Ronnie Johansson says, good afternoon, everyone from Kansas. It's got to be a little later than afternoon in Kansas, if you're talking about Kansas, USA. Tracy Landers is coming to us from New Zealand, where it's afternoon on, I'm going to guess, Wednesday, right? TX Razorback says there was a Pan Am Railroad that used the same logo, but they were acquired by CSX last year. Always interesting. So keep an eye on that. We've got American Flight 3078 to Kansas City in a 737-800, which is preparing now for taking off. We say hello to Keaton Taylor. Hey there to you. It's so nice to see everybody here tonight. So we're waiting. Oh, here it comes. The flight to Kansas City. On your home for a DFW Airport activity, Runway DFW. We're in North Flow tonight. So the planes are going the opposite direction. You know, reverse ops is kind of what we got going here tonight. So here goes the 767 to Louisville. It's a 13-year-old aeroplane. Tracy Lander says, Walt, yes, Wednesday at 14:43 hours here in New Zealand. We aren't far from going into winter. Eek, very chilly with cold frosts and snow in my part of the South Island. So you're on the South Island. Our friend Kevin from Wellington Flights Live, who I'm sure you're familiar with, is on the North Island. Oh, well, thank you.
This is very impressive.
Thank you very much.
A new subscriber, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. What's your name?
Wallace, Eric Wallace.
Eric, I'm Walt.
My new wife.
Your new wife?
Yes.
Let's see if we can get you guys. You want to be on camera? Let's see, the camera's over there. I don't know, you've got to be kind of over here to, here, stand where I am. You can wave. There's our newest subscribers.
Yes, we just got married today.
Today?
Yes.
Congratulations. Aw. What are you doing here?
I don't know. Just hanging out.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. We wanted to come see planes and everything. And
Well.
we met these awesome people.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's so nice.
Awesome.
Well, there you are. So a souvenir for your wedding day.
Yes, thank you so much.
And well, this will be online forever on YouTube.
Awesome.
So just go by, just look at, there's a little clock in the, well, there's not right now in the corner of the screen, but, well, it's about 2 hours and 45 minutes into the show.
Okay. Man, it's really impressive.
Well, thank you.
Do you travel?
Sometimes, not too often.
Man, this is awesome. If I could do this forever and just travel.
Well, get yourself a camera.
Right, exactly.
I need all these cameras that you got.
Well, we've been very lucky.
Well, congratulations on the
Yes, thank you so much. You have a great night, sir.
Thank you. So good to meet you, and happy marriage. Vince Blue Boss says in Atlanta, headed to Boston in the AM via Washington National, hoping for smooth air. Hope so too. And Charlene, who you know better as Mrs. Runway DFW, says congratulations to the newlyweds. America, no, this is going to be Volaris, Flight 801 to Mexico City. It is a Airbus A320. Flight 801, I said that. Sometimes I say things twice. Another Mexico-bound flight south of the border, Flight 1483 American Airlines to Monterey. This being Airbus A319, now making its way down runway 36 right. Uh-oh, I just tripped over my tripod here. I think we're still in business. And I'm not sure that that's the plane. Oh, that's it there. Here's the flight to Monterey. BBLB at TX says, funny story, I was just shooting Pan Am locomotives that still have their paint in Deerfield, Massachusetts today. Also saw a boxcar. Fascinating. We have now completed our list of the Runway DFW members as of noon today. Thank you so much for all of you who are members of the channel. As we put back in our clock, Derek W. Pat, one of our members, says, "Hi, Walt. Happy late Memorial Day, and thank you to all who have served." We echo that sentiment here. Uh-oh, HD Crowd, final score, Stars 1, Edmonton 3. I think that puts the home team here, we're talking about hockey, NHL hockey, our home team in a little bit of a hole there. We say hello to channel member Samantha. Hello, Samantha. Gil Neveau, Roaring 2020s, is a Twin Jet member now. Thank you to Gil. Welcome. We should have American Flight 577 headed off to Denver, the mile-high city, on an Airbus A321neo. Next for you on Runway DFW. Here it comes to save the day. Those blue cabin lights going. I imagine Northflow must be kind of a treat for the people in Terminal D, where it looks like the planes will be rotating just as they go past the big windows in Terminal D. We've got American Flight 2759 to El Paso, Texas. Next on the docket, it is an Airbus A321. Ryan, if I understand your question right, I wonder how many streams if the subscribers had a scroll. Well, we've got now more than 25,000 subscribers, so I don't know if we'd have a broadcast long enough to accommodate a list of all the subscribers, but I do thank everyone who is a subscriber. And American Flight 1538 to McAllen, Texas is already rolling. This is going to be an Airbus A390. No, sorry, an Airbus. Sorry, check. A Boeing 737-800. Samantha asks, Walt, what did you do for MDW? Well, MDW is what is that? Isn't that Chicago Midway Airport? Maybe I don't understand your question correctly, but I don't think I've ever been to Midway Airport. Currently, my full-time job is to run the website for a TV station here in North Texas, Southern Oklahoma, called K10. So K10.com is where I spend 40 hours a week. Try very much to be here at Founders Plaza or Dallas Love Field or somewhere where airplanes are taking off and landing about 3 times a week. We were here on Sunday morning. We are here tonight, and we hope to be back with you again later this week, probably in the evening, probably on Thursday night, but I haven't checked the weather yet. There is no place here at Founders Plaza for us to take shelter from the rain, so we can't really be here when it rains because we value our equipment. This is American Airlines Flight 2499, an Airbus A321, off to the Texas capital of Austin, Texas. Subscriber who's just attached their name to Runway DFW. Thank you. I couldn't make out your name on my tiny little view screen here, but I appreciate your subscription. Arcada Payne Videos says, hello, Tom from Boston. My mom passed away Friday at the age of 88. She knew I loved plane spotting, and your stream is amazing and taking my mind off things, so thank you for doing that. What you do. Listen, you know, I think probably most of us have had the experience of losing a loved one, whether it's a human being or a beloved pet, and you know, you do kind of need something to take your mind off that, so I'm glad we can serve that purpose for you, and thank you for being a viewer and a subscriber to the channel. Garrett is the newest subscriber to the Runway DFW family. Thank you, Garrett. Well, I hit the wrong button there. Should I hit another button? Let's do this. Okay. Don't want to confuse our viewers. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark. The 10 o'clock hour has commenced here at DFW Airport. We're at Founders Plaza, and we come to you, as I said just a few minutes ago, about thrice a week to bring you airplanes and good conversation. I hope it's good conversation. Should be with you for about another hour, maybe a little more. That, of course, is Frontier. I haven't had a chance to look at the what's on the tail. I don't know if we can make it out. It's a little bit. Well, there it is. A little bit overexposed. So I will back announce that for you, as we say in the broadcasting business. Flight 1425 with Odell the Lynx on the tail of that Airbus A320 off to San Diego, California. So now we have, let's see, we don't have anything going out right now here on the west side. Time to say thank you, though, to Anthony Guinan, who is already a channel member, and he favors us with a $5 super chat. A token of appreciation, says he. Thank you, Anthony, for that. And we have a lot of sympathy messages coming in for Tom from Boston, who lost his mom. I see Mary Extraordinaire. She heard this song. Where is it? That song. Mary heard that song, perked right up, thought, oh, this must be Chatstravaganza, which is what happens when we sign off from our plane spotting and then switch over to packing up. And we play music, and you can chat amongst yourselves. Now I've got to, let's see, got to get our Chatstravaganza camera ready. I didn't have time to do that. We have one behind-the-scenes camera, but it's not, doesn't have a very wide field of view. So I guess I can do this now while we're hanging out. So here's our Chatstravaganza camera. It's actually a smartphone. I'll turn this on. Take a minute to connect to our network. Okay, on the radar, Texas Girl showing me DHL 767 with the ketchup and mustard livery, which we like so much, going to Cincinnati. That plane often will light up on the radar way before it goes out. So I don't know if we'll see it or not, but we'll find out. Okay, so now we're going to add in our behind-the-scenes camera. And so there it is. I still got to put it on a tripod, but little view of our setup out here. There's our main cameras here. There's my view of the flight radar. Here's the iPad where all our music comes from. This is our computer, which it's a little tablet actually, where we punch all the pictures up. Here is my view of your messages to us. And I'll show you how we do this. We've got super chat from King Al, $2 super chat. Says those radio towers are putting on quite a show. So I click that and that appears on your screen. Thank you to King Al. And over there is Texas Girl hanging out with us for another night. And here is our second camera, which overlooks the scene. And we've got a third camera. It's not working out too well, but it's a little bitty camera. So anyway, I've got to put this camera. I've got to put this camera, which is actually a smartphone. I've got to put that onto a tripod. So let me go off mic here for a second. I'll be right back with you on Runway DFW. Voila, there's our behind-the-scenes camera now, which we didn't have time to set up earlier. Okay, so you were looking there before I got back on mic at UPS Flight 755 off to Chicago Rockford International Airport. It's a 767. It is 1-year-old as of last month. So that's very nice. Lori M., a quad jet member now for 25 months. By my calculation, 2 years and a month. I missed the forbidden song. Greetings and salutations to Walt Mods and Runway DFW Av Geeks. Thank you, Lori, for your incredible support over these years. Wow, it seems weird to say that someone's been a member of the channel for years, but we have a number of them, including you, and you're one of our original members, so thank you so much for that. Well, let's see, back to action here. This plane's about ready to be on the move. Meanwhile, American Flight 3090 to San Antonio, Texas. Just a short little hop on a 737-800 is about to take off. Let's look to the south here. Lori says, yep, I signed up the day you activated memberships. And, you know, when I did that, I really wasn't sure what to expect. I didn't, you know, we're still kind of a small YouTube channel compared to the big ones, but it's grown quite a bit since then, and give a lot of credit to our original members.
Clear for takeoff, runway 36 right, RNAV to Castle, American 1768.
Well, there's a plane without any, well, it's got its headlights on, but no tail light. Lori, I haven't seen you out here in a while, but I hope to see you again in the future as we watch this almost new 767 begin its journey to Chicago Rockford International Airport. Terry M says, thanks for the night show, Walt, watching from West Michigan. Lori says, I'm an OG member and the Topo Chico delivery person. Found some, what were they, like 6-ounce bottles of Topo Chico at the, I think it was at the HEB. You know, those are just about right. Because I don't like when Topo Chico gets warm. And they have these 12-ounce bottles and they have 20-ounce bottles. And I'm talking about glass bottles. I'm not a fan of the plastic ones. But these like 6-ounce bottles are just about right because they don't, you finish them and they're still cold. And I think there's 20 in the box. That was American Flight 1768 departing for the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix in Airbus A321. Lori says, once hubby is off to work for the summer, I'll be able to come back out. It's just tough when school is in session. This is his last week, actually. Roll on, summer. Roll on, indeed. Well, look forward to your next visit, Lori. And thank you again for incredible support of this little enterprise we have here. Brady G 111 says, thanks for the show. And I thank you for watching, Brady G. And Random Spotter, Luke says, little baby Topo Chico. Yeah, they're kind of like the A319s of the Topo Chico family. I don't have one here. I should bring one next time. So we do have, despite the lack of big-time activity here, we should be seeing in the next hour going off to Hong Kong, Cathay Pacific, going off to Sydney, Qantas, headed out to, what else we got? So about 10:45, we've got that DHL going out to Cincinnati, it says here. So that's about a half hour from now. We got some time to fill before then. Qantas to Sydney going out just after 11 o'clock. So about 45 minutes from now. That's a Dreamliner. And what else? Fiji to Nadi. Oh my goodness, 11:18. And, well, Qatar to Doha, estimated to leave at 10:50. So that's about a half hour from now. Now that may go out on the east side, but we'll see. But Fiji should go out over here. But we may have to wait about an hour for that. So that will be our target tonight. And there is the mighty tail of the A350-1000 right there in the center of your screen of the Cathay Pacific. Jeffy DH wants to know, what's a Topo Chico? Now that's a good question because you know, you can't get that just anywhere. It is a Mexican carbonated, well, it's a sparkling water, a mineral water from Mexico. And it's very refreshing, very, you know, it's just water, although they do, I think you can get it actually in some alcoholic versions these days. And they do have some flavors too, I think lime, but I just go for the regular old plain Topo Chico. It's very refreshing. Ryan Paulding says, it's pretty good. Never had it until I bought the blueberry flavor on Friday. I thought if Walt drinks them, it's good enough for me. Love them. Well, this was Lori M. who brought out the Topo Chico, I think when Kevin was here the first time, Kevin of Airline Videos Live. And Kevin just fell head over heels for Topo Chico. And he and Rudy have been consuming them since. And they're available in Southern California. Roger Campbell says sparkling water is nice. Yeah, I don't know if up there in Newfoundland you could obtain a Topo Chico, but I'm sure they have other varieties. And Jeffy DH, you know, who's from Canada, says, never seen it here. Well, I'm not surprised, but if you pass through here in Texas, I hope you'll check it out. Let's see, what do we got here? Got planes coming out and going in. There's that UPS 767. Actually see stars in the sky as we follow the plane along. Ben Rosen, channel member, endorsing Topo Chico. Yeah, I only have a bottle of plain water tonight. Lori says, I show up at Founders Plaza bearing cold drinks and snacks. Always cold Topo Chicos for Walt. Although I did once bring an electrolyte drink for him because it was so hot. I remember that, and I remember it was being very good. In fact, when Mrs. Runway DFW and I were traveling, it was like a weekend ago, to Paris, Texas on an overnight trip. I got one of those for her. I can't remember what the name of it was, but I remembered the bottle. The Weird Doking says, which ATC channel is that playing? Well, there are many here or several here at DFW Airport because it's such a big airport, but there's the primary ones are the east and west towers, and we're listening to the aeronautical stylings of the west tower. Let's see if we can salute the west tower here. There it is. So thank you to all the men and women of the air traffic control centers here at DFW Airport. We have two towers here that are active, east and west, as I said, and this is the west tower. We don't have a very clear signal to the towers tonight. It kind of comes and goes. I'm not sure why we get such a bad reception here. Our reception at Love Field is just super, but not so much here. Brandon Rabbit says Topo Chico is the AVL drink of choice, yes. In Plain Sight says good day all. We say hello to you. And while we haven't got anything else to look at, we'll take a quick look at the East Tower, which looks almost identical to the West Tower. And I've been lucky enough to spend a morning in each of those towers at different times. They didn't let me take pictures up there in the control center, unfortunately, but it was nice to see all those folks, see what they do. They've got quite a job. I know I couldn't do that. Ryan Paulding says, hello, ATC. Sarah Deal. Oh, look at this. She's making us jealous. Hello from JFK. Hi, Walt, mods and friends. Sarah, do say hello to our friends Kevin and Rudy and Charlie when you see them tomorrow. I guess, Rudy didn't travel with Kevin and Charlie, but he made a kind of a last-minute decision to head out to JFK. If you don't know, Airline Videos Live will be broadcasting live from JFK Airport tomorrow and Thursday U.S. time. Check their channel at Airline Videos here on YouTube for the times when they will be broadcasting. And Random Spotter Luke says, awesome, very jealous with everyone venturing out there to TWA. My FOMO is kicking in. Fear of missing out, yes. So we've got action. Hot airplane action. Texas girl still hanging in there with us. She said she got to sleep most of the day because she had an early, one of her jobs was either very early tonight or very late last night. I can't remember which. Tater 12, greetings from Charlotte. Howdy, Tater. Jeremy Ping says, I'm on American Flight 1607 to El Paso, about to depart. Can you track? Let me find it here. I don't know if it's on the radar yet, but we'll look for it. Sure. You should be going out on this side of the airport. Jeremy, I think H. Not a fan of Topo Chico. Well, I guess maybe it's an acquired taste. As someone who is a consumer of Coca-Cola, not the sugar-free kind, but the real stuff, preferably the Mexican Coke, which is still made with real sugar as opposed to corn syrup. Yeah, I have to say that drinking a drink without any sugar in it takes some getting used to. It's kind of like unsweet iced tea, but I have gotten used to that. Boot Doctor says American Flight 1607 is at Terminal number D. I see it on the map. Let me put it on my radar here. So we'll keep an eye out for the flight to El Paso. Now, meanwhile, and over there somewhere is flight 1607 at Terminal D. We do have American Airlines flight 2979 to Nashville, a 737-800. Which is poised to depart. Random Spotter says, unsweet black iced tea from Starbucks is my addiction. You know, I haven't switched over to that yet. I'm kind of an iced Americano guy, but I do that is my iced tea drink at Starbucks, and yeah, usually I switch over in the summer months to that drink at some. In fact, I debated it today before I come over here to DFW Airport. I make an intermediate stop at a Starbucks just 5 minutes away, so that I can do a couple of hours of work at my real job. And I debated today whether to get black tea, but I think I need more caffeine. Around the house says hello from Fate, Texas. Team Stripes Condor says Qantas Flight 8787 Dreamliner, yeah, I'm dreaming livery. Estimated time of departure 11:03 p.m. You notice we haven't been showing you a lot of arrivals today in North Florida. That's because they pretty much look like this at night. This is Delta Flight 2796 from Salt Lake City. Coming in on an Airbus A320. And yes, that's why we don't do that too much. Ben Rosen, channel member, says good night to me and everyone. Ben, thank you for watching, and we hope to see you again soon on Runway DFW. We're here at the control center, the mobile control center. Apparently flight 1607 has fallen off the map. That was the flight to El Paso, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Looking for something else to show you. No. You should see the Delta plane headed over to the terminal area. Actually, it's headed over to the east side of the airport where it has to park. Lori M says, time for me to go. Early morning doctor visit. Good night, Walt and everyone. Walt, I'll do my best to get out there and see you soon. Lori, I hope that comes to pass. And thank you once again for being one of our longest term members. Felix Kong Flights says DFW Live. Yes, that's what we are. That's where we are. Okay, oh, we've got American Flight 123 going to Maui. Wow, wide body going to Maui. 777-200. See if we can locate this on our... So there it is there. It's a 20th century 777.
1999.
777-200 ER. Let's see, does this usually go out this late? No. This plane, wow. This plane was scheduled to depart at 11:05 a.m., so it's almost 12 hours behind schedule if what I'm seeing here on Flight Radar 24 is correct. Yeah, I didn't remember any Maui flights going out at this hour. Maui, about a 7.5 hour flight from here. So I'm sure its passengers are a little weary, I guess. Unless they got word early that the plane wasn't going to be taking off on time. They've been spending a lot of time here at DFW Airport. Probably keen to get to their destination. Texas Razorback saying American Flight 1607 still at the gate.
Good night, thanks for your help, John.
And for those of you who are asking where we are at, we come to you from Founders Plaza, which is a viewing area set up for plane spotters by DFW Airport. Thank you, DFW Airport. If you look online, you'll see it's open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But if you're here, you'll see that it's open 24 hours a day. So go figure. You headed out? Well, thank you to Texas Girl. Right over here. Bye-bye. Good to see you.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. See you next time. She wants to know when I'm going to be out here again. Probably Thursday, but I haven't looked at the weather yet. So, but Thursday normally. So, okay. Thanks again. Oh. Okay. Well, who knows? Okay. Thank you. Good night to Texas Girl for her stellar service to Runway DFW. Quadjet channel member, keeping me company. So we are watching now for, I think that's a 777 there on the right side of your screen, headed over to the hangar area. We're looking now. We are waiting for the flight to Maui to go out. Flight 123, American Airlines. Oh, Ryan Paulding says it could be 12 hours early departing. This flight to Maui, which we mentioned earlier, is somehow behind schedule, either very early or very late. Jeremy, who asked us to follow his flight to El Paso, said jumped the gun a little bit on flight 1607. Looks like pushback in 18 minutes. So we still should be here around that hour. Let's see, do we say hello to Christine Frank? It's good to see you as well. Let me turn down my volume for a second and get a sip of water. Okie doke, flight 123 looks like it's now rolling. That's not it there in the foreground. I don't think. Is it? Well, maybe it is. I guess it is. What do I know? Flight 123 Heavy. Our next contestant, American Flight 1273 to Reno, Nevada, Flight 737-800 aeroplane. Yeah, Team Stripes Condor notes that it was a big delay for Flight 123. Yeah, I know I've seen that flight taking off in the morning when we're here, so it was a little bit puzzling to see that. A 12-hour delay, or almost a 12-hour delay, Roderick. Chandler Sharp says I'll be flying out of DFW on Thursday. So if it's at night and we're here, maybe we'll see you. I know it's quiet here, isn't it? We've still got two UPS planes across the way. I don't know if we'll be seeing either of those taking off whilst we are still here with you. The American flight to Reno is now on the move. Wait a minute. There it is. Kevin wants to know if I can see the DHL 767 that's probably to my right. It will be. You may, if you have Flight Radar 24, you can probably see it on Flight Radar 24. That plane almost always lights up the radar about an hour before it goes out. So it hasn't, I don't believe it's moved from its space, and it's in a place where we cannot see it because it's in another cargo area to the south of a big American Airlines hangar. So while we can see it on the radar, we cannot see it with our eyeballs.
Alpha cross 36 left, hold short, runway 36 right, Quebec 102 headed.
Do a quick check on the Cathay Pacific flight. It should be poised to push back. Roger Campbell says, wow, DFW always surprises me at how huge it is. And the thing is, that we're only seeing the half of it where we are. Because we're on the west side, and there's a whole east side, which actually has one more north-south runway than we have on the west side. So that oh, there it is. I think, yes, there's the DHL plane, all decked out in its mustard and ketchup livery. Some say hot dog.
$19.94.
31-year-old plane as of this month. Happy birthday to this plane. Going to Cincinnati. DHL operated by ABX Air. 767-300ER. Now it is possible that it's going over to the east side for takeoff, so in fact it appears to be on that trajectory, but I can't say for sure right now. We say hello to Richard Collier from Charlotte, North Carolina. Charlotte, another American Airlines hub. Jeffy DH says, can you plane spot at top of the Hyatt? That would cover both sides. I have asked that question. Now, if you're a guest of the hotel, I imagine you can. And I did make an inquiry with the management of the hotel. And they said, yeah, that's not a problem. But they said, DFW Airport owns the property that we're on, and they have to give clearance if you wanted to do what you want to do up there. And the higher ups at DFW Airport said, no. So we never got to go up there and plane spot. Closest we got, as we watched this plane trundle over to the east side, the closest we got to that was when we did some shows, and it's been almost a couple of years now, from the Marriott Hotel on the east side of the airport. And we did a couple of penthouse shows, we like to call them. not an inexpensive proposition over there, at least when we went. It was kind of pricey, but got a good view. They had a balcony. It was nice. It was the only time, I think, well, except for when we went to Korea, the only time I ever got to set up all the gear, do a show, turn off the gear, but leave it there, and then come back the next morning and do another show. It was kind of nice. This is UPS flight 793, a 767, going to Louisville.
$19.96.
And while we've seen some, maybe 2 or 3 relatively new UPS 767s tonight, this is one of the classics, dating back to the last century. 767-300ER. American Eagle Flight 3588 is off to Midland, Texas, an Embraer 175. An American flight going to Seattle next for takeoff. Flight 1355 to Seattle. An Airbus A321 as we look at that UPS plane taxiing. I almost thought we were going to get to see the Iberia A330 take off over here, but it has now turned to head over to the east side for blast off. The plane right behind this just got cleared for takeoff almost to the second when this plane left the runway. Wood Doctor wanted to know, did DFW say why you couldn't stream from the top of the Hyatt Hotel? They did not. They just said no. So, you know, what are you going to do? I thank them for providing us with Founders Plaza, which is a great place to watch planes. What service? American Eagle 4065 to Corpus Christi, number 175 is now headed for the Texas Gulf Coast. So we're waiting for a couple of flights. We're waiting for Qantas to go to Sydney, and we're waiting for Cathay Pacific to go to Hong Kong. Ryan says they just need to upgrade Founders Plaza with facilities. Well, that is something that is not a feature of Founders Plaza. Jim Rockford says, greetings. We are watching from Centerport on the south side of DFW. Planes look cool. Landing. Yeah, we don't get a very good shot of the planes landing here at night in North Flow, but we do have a pretty good shot of the planes taking off, like American Eagle 6333 to Roswell, New Mexico. A CRJ 701ER. B. Strieg, channel member, says, speaking of facilities and services, have you ever seen a food truck at Founders? That would be nice. You know, I think I saw a post from the airport that explained why. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but their explanation was, well, when people eat food here, they leave things behind, scraps that would attract birds, and we don't want birds because that's bad for airplanes. Now, they do have picnic tables here, and people do bring food, and I've never seen any signs to indicate that eating food here is verboten. So, but that's the official explanation. No food because birds. goes the 767 UPS. Headed out to Louisville, the World Port. Now this is interesting. Oh, very interesting. We've got a FedEx 767. We can see that here in this shot. FedEx 767 300 freighter going to Oakland. It's a 4-year-old plane, pretty new plane.
Cross 36 right, 36 left, Charlie to Ram, Maintain Airport 750.
We do not see a lot of FedEx planes over on this side. The FedEx outpost is on the other side of DFW, on the east side, kind of the northeast side, kind of across the way from where the UPS here is on the northwest side. Right Vision Studios says, hey Walt, watching from Sydney on a very cool and fresh Wednesday afternoon. Good day, my friend. Always love when you feature our flying kangaroo. Cheers, my friend. Love your work. Thank you so much. We will be featuring our second Qantas flight of the evening. The one going back to Sydney, Flight 8, which I believe is either pushed back or getting ready to push back pretty soon here. In the meantime, we've got another cargo flight, this one being, as we can see here, FedEx. And we always like to give credit to FedEx for lighting up their tails, something that competitor UPS does not do. So it looks like this will be the next flight out. Again, headed to Oakland, California. Did I say hello to Beto Basilio from Little Rock, Arkansas? Hello, Beto. H. Thank you, H. for sharing a gift membership with one of our viewers. That viewer being 813 Aviation. I appreciate that very much from H. one of our channel members. This plane taking off right at 11 p.m. Central Time. Saksham says, you're still there? That takes commitment. Well, thank you.
You're watching Runway DFW after dark. After dark.
Did that put you to sleep? I hope not. Ryan Paulding says, love both deliveries of UPS and FedEx, but especially love the purple. I really like that too. That's nice. Okay, here we go with American Flight 2568 to San Diego. Out there on the West Coast. It's an Airbus A321. We have a new subscriber. Thank you to you for that. Much appreciated. Here is the up-to-date METAR from Woot Doctor. And if I may decode just a little bit of it for you.
DFW Tower, American 3222, visual runway 36 left.
We've got wind coming pretty much from the east now at 4 knots, 5 miles an hour. 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius.
Cross 36 right, cross 36 left, charge to the ramp, local 554, have a nice.
So I'm trying to bring this into focus. CRJ headed out there to Waco, Texas, flight 6353, American Eagle. That's just about a half-hour flight from here to Waco. In central Texas. I see Qatar flight 732 to Doha. A350-1000. See if we can find it here. I can't see it. It is making the turn, however, over to the east side for takeoff. Qatar flight 732. I wish they'd let that take off from over here. Okay, we do have it in our sights here. So we'll get a look at it as it passes us by. Ryan Paulding wants to know, besides AVL and Wellington flights, what other spotting channels do you keep track of? Oh, I look at as many as I can, really. Of course, I'm Jerry, Big Jet TV, on my radar all the time. He's the one who first kind of introduced me to this as something that I might be able to do. Not personally, of course, but I watched his programs and thought, oh, I might be able to do that. Nobody's doing it from DFW at the time. So hats off to Jerry for kind of pioneering this whole thing. And then, as I've said many times, I saw Kevin at Airline Videos Live, who started his channel about maybe 7 or 8 months before. Well, he started doing live broadcasting from LAX about 7 or 8 months before I started here. And because Kevin had a similar background to me in TV news, I thought, well, kind of sealed the deal. I can do that. And I've been lucky enough to get to know personally Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live, and also had a virtual cup of coffee with Jerry of Big Jet TV when he came here last year? I think last year. I mean, I was here when he was here. I got to say hello to him, and I offered to get him a cold drink because it was a hot day. And so we bonded over that. Oh, that was the flight to El Paso that we just saw. Okay. We had been asked to capture that, and we did. I just lost track of it. That was flight 2430 to San Francisco in Airbus A321 Neo. American 2378 to Salt Lake City in Airbus A321 is next on the agenda here at Runway DFW. Morgan McNeely advises that Cathay and Qantas are both now heading out, and that's what we're waiting for. Here's a flight to SFO.
Clear pass 36 right, EQ over the bridge, 65 right.
And someone was asking earlier about what other channels I watch. I always try to watch Reverse Ops from Honolulu. Got to meet Patrick a few times. He's a very nice guy. And we are members of each other's channels. Ottawa Berg skates. I am working inside the airport on the ramp watching the same planes take off while I'm watching this. Haha! Well, we're glad you've got something to do there. American Flight 711 going to Ontario, California, an Airbus A321. Let's see, we're about to, the flight to Doha is about to take off. So what we try to do in this case is to look over there towards the center part of the airport where which kind of bisects the 7 runways here. We've got 2 north-south runways over here on the west side, 3 north-south runways over on the east side. And Qatar Flight 732 is about to take off for Doha. So I'm going to try to guess about where the plane takes off, and we'll see if we can get it for you here. Oh, there's Jeremy, who's on that flight to El Paso. That was cool. Thank you. Thank you for watching, Jeremy. We're glad we could catch that for you. Let's see. So we should be seeing Qatar coming up here in a second. Let me switch over to this camera. I can hear it. The mighty A350-1000. Whoa, it's over there. on that long transatlantic journey to the Middle East. Okay, so that's one down. We've got two to go. Cathay and Qantas. So Cathay has pushed back. Once again, the Cathay Pacific plane going to Hong Kong. There it is. It is another A350-1000. That plane is 2 years old and about to embark on an 8,100-mile trip, about 15 hours and 45 minutes on average. Our friend Bill Platt from New Jersey says, why don't flight attendants ever play hide and seek? Because good luck hiding when you've already told everyone to say seated. Thank you, Bill, for that $5 super chat, and for being a member of the channel, and for being one of our mods. Morgan says FedEx MD-11 and 757 about to take off from the other side. Let's see what the status of those is. Okay, the MD-11 is taking off now, so we'll try to do our best to get you a shot of that. I hear it. Shiny one. We're going to have to give that a belated salute. As soon as I can find it here on my radar. Flight 1365 to Memphis was what we just witnessed, and that is a plane. Let's see here.
A blast from the past, 1999.
Okay, we've got we've got a 757 UPS about to take off, and then we will direct our attention to the Qantas flight about to. Oh no, we've got both the Qantas, the Cathay Pacific and the Qantas flights taking off one after the other. So here goes the 757. Those colors look really good at night. So that was a That plane dates back to the year
1990.
a 35-year-old plane going to Greensboro. Was that that's FedEx 757. And now it's time for Cathay Pacific. The A350 1000 going to Hong Kong. Flight number 875. 8,100-mile trip, 15 hours and 45 minutes in duration. And right behind it is the Qantas plane. So these will be, I believe, our last two of the night. Rohit Parkal says, Walt, ever noticed the arrow in the FedEx logo? Yes, I have. Although I didn't realize it until a couple of years ago when I saw it. I saw that mentioned somewhere. And Bill wants to know how the Terminal F progress is coming along. It looks like, you know, there is work. We saw it a little more clearly on Sunday morning's show. But yeah, they're doing stuff over there. Not supposed to open until 2027, but there is work being done on Terminal F. Okay, so here goes Cathay Pacific, to be followed immediately, more or less, by Qantas on Runway DFW after dark. Turning our attention to Qantas, Flight 8 to Sydney. It's on the move. 7879 Dreamliner. It's the Yam Dreaming livery. And with that, I think we're just about to conclude this edition of Runway DFW After Dark. Our camera number 2 just flaked out here. Will we get it back? Yes. Okay. So, where's our music? Oh, you know what this music means. We're about to pack things up, and that means we're just a few moments away from Chatstravaganza. when I pack up, you chat amongst yourselves, and I play some music whilst I do that. It's as simple as that. It's a simple idea. I'm just waiting for everybody else to copy it. In any event, I want to thank channel sponsor James Webb for his great contributions to this channel. Thank you, James. Thanks to our channel Runway DFW members, Quadjet, Trijet, Twinjet. Thanks to all of you. Thank you to our subscribers, new and old. And thank you to people who are just kind of watching and lurking and trying to figure out what this is all about. We'll be back with you later this week, most likely on Thursday evening, but keep those notification bells activated, and that's when you'll find out when we're coming at you next. And we'll see you soon again on Runway DFW After Dark. It's Walter here saying happy contrails to you until we meet again. Oh, one more thing. Thank you to the Runway DFW Moderation Federation out here in force, making sure that you have a really excellent time in the chat room. So thank you to our mods. We'll see you next time on Runway DFW.
Airport. Well, let's just see one more coming over the
Here's another blast from the past.
You may have seen me just looking up into the sky there. That was the Fiji A350 900 departing. And it looks like they switched over the departure runway to 36 left, so they're kind of leaving right over our heads. So, with that, sorry we didn't get that, the Fiji plane for you, but let me put my head in front of that, in back of that light. Did that work? I'm backlit. Thanks again for watching. Thanks for sticking around for Chatstravaganza. It's nice to have some company while packing up. As you can see, not everything is packed up yet, but the next things I do will take us off the air. We would have to take out music and then unplug cameras, and it wouldn't be pretty. So thanks again for watching. Thanks to our mods again. Thanks to our subscribers and to our members. And we'll see you again next time on Runway DFW. Can I make this work?
Travel arrangements for overseas acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.
And we need some more music.